Morning, man. Morning, everyone. I'm not sure how much more upside we have here. We need to be able to push through this previous basing, or the path of least resistance is down, right? So we are in resistance right now. It is a matter of can we build here or not. So far, we're holding. I don't know how long that's going to last, but this is a huge push from the open from our support where we thought we would bounce yesterday. Um, if you have not risked off at least half your call positions, if you did take calls on today, yesterday, this is a great area to do so. Not know how long this is going to last, but premiums are juiced right now. If we start to do the gap down, right, we've got lots of room to be able to make it over this 49.32 on QQQ for that push up into our gap at 50.89. I would definitely take off at least half until we can show that this range high wants to be supportive. If it does, right, we can keep going, but definitely worth taking some off while we're still green. On NQ, you can see the same thing where we've been able to push through and we are back into these selling deltas above. Need to see a push over 550 for really any upside, sell side. So keep that in mind. We are building where we need to on NQ, but good stuff. And the one thing I hate about being in an options trade is having to be online, awake, and functional right at market. I like to let things develop a bit before I have to make Morning, Bark. Need a target here on NQ, 550, 560. This is our VPOC that we're pushing through. Top of range here. We can build above. Pretty good position. Did for a while. Here's some way to save. It's crazy how little they care about that dev team. It blows like they could do exactly what they did and make a great game, make a great expansion, and they'll still fire half their staff. Like regardless. Like they just cares. Crazy. It's like they're trying to they've like been trying to actively kill the game for years. So again, for those that are just joining now, got our bounce off of our demand that we were looking for today of this pullback. Um, Path of least resistance here is actually to the downside. We are at our basing off of this drop, base, drop, right? So this is supply. We are trying to push through supply. Need to be able to develop out here and basically be able to build in this area, or rotating back through this range to fill this gap makes a lot of sense. This might not be a terrible area to take some puts, right? If you are bearish in the overall market. Really, the only place I'm looking for longs today off of our low, seeing as we already got this low, is on the hold of this previous auction. I need to see the willingness to accept over these guys, build here at our value high, or the push into our gap. If we can do that, right, we have lots of upside. Until we can show this acceptance, to me, this just looks like it wants down. So I'm not very interested in trading this range that we're currently in. Not a ton of interest. I'm really much more, I want to see us break either side of this and push out of here for me to really care. So that's what I'm going to be probably waiting on today. It's just how we react in this area. Again, I don't think that there's anything wrong playing longs into these lows, but you need to be willing to scalp risk off as we push up into these highs. Just understand that we are range bound within this zone. So same thing for NQ. If you aren't familiar with like the QQ shift in like the numbers, we're holding our range. Need to see the ability to push over this. Should stop right. And we need to be able to start to build here. We can do that. We have room up into high here. Understand that this is another area of selling deltas, and this is where I'm watching for sell side to be, or we can look to push. So really just watching us into the top edge and how we start reacting. But again, I expect us to be pretty range bound if we can't develop over. Just gonna kind of rotate back and forth until we decide which side we want to break and hold. Up. Still pushing up for right now though, so look good. But we know how fast that can change in this market. So far, holding previous POC, really nice push off of that 520. See if we can still maintain that. Again, just continuing to find sellers in this 550. ES still looks good. There are very clearly active buyers across the board. It's just I don't know if there are more active sellers yet. A little early. Any questions with what I just said? Or are we all kind of on the same page? Yeah, good indeed. There you go. Just gonna oscillate this range until we figure out which way we want to go. Or cloud seeding. We're gonna like actually destroy our weather patterns. You guys remember what happened to Dubai? You remember those flash floods where all the videos on Twitter were like there's just sports cars all underwater? That was from Cloud Seed. Oh, that was like what, half a year ago? I don't remember that. It was insane. Like all of Dubai was flooded and it's a desert. It got a year's worth of rain in 12 hours. This is kind of what I'm suspecting, just to give a idea here. I don't see us getting through unless we see like some pretty extraordinary buying come out today, and then we just have like a rising wedge structure, right? So that's kind of my biggest concern here is I need to see how we're going to react off of this area. Again, like the path of least resistance is down here. Need to make this supportive and push above for upside, or I expect us to have to do um something, I don't know, this come back down to this lower buying zone, and then we can figure out what we're going for from there. Right? Something like this. This is kind of like my ideal pathing that I see. Of course, this doesn't need to happen, but is definitely the easier path for us to go through. If this sell was very like, quote unquote fake, we're just going to pump the market and put new liquidity back in, then we can come up and test these gap highs. There's no issue with that, but it's definitely a much harder path for us to travel compared to just sellers being like, hey, yeah, this is a great price to sell again, and then pushing us down. Sorry, Bruce. I've been doing that because I was trading options, so it just made sense to have an options chart for that. but I also have the exact same thing on NQ. It just makes people confused, so I just went to a QQ chart for it. It just made sense to play options for these larger moves overnight, seeing as like half of the market is taking place. These large moves are taking place in Globex, so like overall structure matters a lot. So being able to take advantage of holding overnight without crazy leverage, very good. Full rotation of our range. Again, just like we talked about, just rotating in these two. Great opportunity at the highs, great opportunity at the lows. Rotating back up. Did I sell my calls? Yeah. At open. Pushed into this. Yeah, they're up 150. I sold everything that was 1 DTE from yesterday, and I have two left of the 450s for 8.8. They're at 320 right now. But I don't know if we go much higher. I had 452s for today expiration, and then I had 450s for tomorrow. I'm all out of my 452s, and I'm like 2/3 out of my 450s. I took some of the profits Multito and I added to 430 puts. They're cheap here, just as a hedge, so I can offset any potential losses if we do fail to get out of here, while keeping my two runners on my tomorrow expirations longs, just to offset it. You don't want to go too heavy with them yet, just because if we are expecting to be range bound here, like we could just rotate in this box for the rest of the day, right? After I gap up. But I want to have some of that position hedged so I can have the ability to leave runners for tomorrow, and potentially cover some of the unrealized profits if we do push down without having to fully exit the position. That's kind of the idea. Yeah, I think that's it's the same way how like I'll take both sides of the trade and futures where I'll short NQ while being long from ES from a lower position, or just like a rotation and then figuring out if I should close. Just a hedge, because again, like the path of least resistance is down, gap up. A lot of potential to correct structure from the overnight garbage. Russell definitely leading. If we fail to get back over 94s, we're going to be in a pretty rough spot, Russell wise. Below our 30-second opening range, and starting to make this basing kind of shifting our value here. Really want to see us continue to bounce into this lower quadrant and be able to get back into value here. If we fail to hold and get back over this value shift and get back over our day open, right, we're just in a downtrend starting up that channel. So really want to see us recover this day open and start to be able to build here, or we're just going to start this channeling down process with lower highs and, as of right now, very equal lows. My data's fine, sir. You're just like trading view? That's it? Interesting. Yeah, it's nice when you understand what we're going to do structure wise, right? All of a sudden you have so much more willingness to interact at those edges, and you have getting like the volatility that we want off of them. It feels good. Crazy what happens when you plan. There's potential, but I wouldn't. I don't think we. That'd be crazy if we did. Back down to bottom of range here off rejection at the highs. We're watching to see if ETH high becomes resistance on any sort of reoffer, right? We want to see if day open, a previous high, ETH high, start to offer here for push down. Not, then we're just going to rotate again. We look for a lesser bounce, the up to value, look for a secondary move down. That's all we're watching for. Understand that this is just our edge low. We've got quite the gap below us. Russell leading us down. We were talking about. Flex, how are you not banned in Top Step chat? I feel like you roast them on a daily basis. But how are you not banned on Top Step live? You just roast them daily. Really watch our offer here on the seller. So far, rejecting our value low on the day. Watching our Russell retest. The British dude was yapping. What? Is the news spot not working? Or are you talking about someone on substitute? Oh, okay, then that's definitely down. It's talking. Into our offer here on NQ value test. Either sell side's able to defend the red box that we've drawn, or we rotate back up through the range. We want to see if sell side can hold this. This is our push back in. So far, immediate rejection of our value. From this, we would like to see a failure at ETH high for a new low. Again, if this doesn't hold, we're just going to rotate back up. This value becomes supportive again. Push back over POC, ability to hold, rotation back up to the range. So kind of the idea here is that sellers are going to try to hold. And if they fail, then again, yeah, just rotate. Range persists. Same thing for the Russell here. As long as the Russell has momentum, we have potential for upside. Russell loses that momentum here and fails to get back over value, then we have a continuation of our downside and the channel. Yes, exactly. But I was talking with Adam last night, which is why I said I don't want that. I'm not willing to take longs up here because I understand that this is just supply. Right, it's fine for scalping, but like your scalps have to be the range. You don't look for more until we can see very clear to buy outside. This is actually exactly what we.
Bottom of the hour.
There he
The
is.
release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories. The forecast is a draw of 1.8 million on the prior draw of 3.436 million. The range sees a build of 1 million to a draw of 3 million.
This is the first time we've heard him.
Gasoline inventories forecast is a draw of 1.8 million on the prior draw of 3.665 million. Distillates forecast is a build of
He
1
was
million
not speaking
on the
before
prior build
this.
of 1.534 million. And crude Cushing inventories, the prior read was a draw of 1.106 million.
Great job, man. Yeah, it's very quiet. The news is just crude number 30. It's nothing. Yeah, EIA gasoline. Freeze that nonsense. Barely has an effect on market. A good first risk off for shorts for Russell. If you shorted value low retest. Same thing for NQ. Really great first risk off here. Watching to see if we can now develop below our ETH high at this 61. Want to see this rejection into our day open. Again, this is that secondary leg down. We want that continuation of lower highs here. We're going to continue. It might not be ready yet. Not sure. All I know is where that offer was sitting based off of those deltas. And again, like this level, if you weren't going to be trading off of our value or you weren't going to be trading off of PVZ, but which both called out that this is resistance, just look at footprint, right? Look at where these deltas are. You can use this area as our area of where we're going to be looking for shorts on any sort of retest into it. And it's an immediate rejection off of it. So you have multiple areas of confluence here that this was a sell based off of our selling deltas on footprint, right? Giving us the same zone that I already have drawn. And this is your secondary move, that same resistance from above. Now this is your secondary seller, right? So you have lots of signals here, and we have buyers below. So this is our 15-minute VWAP. This is an important area. This is your secondary risk off here at 404. This is the bottom of this range. We either hold here or we're rotating down to 69. You can see this was target as well for this move. So now we've done the full move that I've pathed out
1
for
minute
you.
remaining. I'll be leading with the EIA
And
crude oil
again,
inventories.
this either holds or we push down to 60s. This is our 30-second opening range on ES, so expect some relief bounces. But all we're looking to see for short continuation is can we maintain lower highs from our resistance, right? Starting that channeling down process.
Ten seconds.
Gas numbers coming out now.
A draw of 3.728 million, a draw of 3.728 million, lower than the expected draw of 1.8 million. Gasoline inventory is a build of 1.34 million, build of 1.34 million. That's higher than the expected draw of 1.8 million. Distillate inventory is a build of 0.949 million, build of 0.949 million, lower than the expected build of 1 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.579 million, a build of 0.579 million. We have posted out the weekly EIA petroleum status report on the feed for anyone interested.
Dude, your RNG right now, boyfriend, is nuts.
Brent oil futures extend gains up 2% after the EIA storage report. US weekly crude production hits a record 13.4 million barrels per day, according to the EIA.
Huge, Romeo. Have a great day. Boy. I'm a big fan of that. And we actually have a winning gamba, not just a. Where's the crying one? I thought we had a crying version. Yeah, we got the Bepega. There we go. There it is. Then there's the right into the fire. Exactly. The problem with these gap ups, man, is you're gonna have people chasing on both sides. Like, well, we can't go up now. We can't go lower now. So you're stuffing the market. Those 430 puts are up about 30% right so far. So even with just that top of range, when we're talking about them, like even that move is good. We're still just chopping. I took for 8-9 serve. Just hedging some of my runners for my longs that I took end of day, understanding that we were at like big old
US National
resistance.
Security Council
Took off most
spokesperson Kirby
size
says
into
we're as
that,
close as we've ever been to a Hamas-Israel ceasefire.
and then just started to hedge with my 1 DTE longs. Get this move down to capture any unrealized from the losses. For NQ, we hit first one here into this 402 off of our 15-minute VWAP. Below that, 360, 370. Then below that, there isn't a ton. Just coming back down into this bottom. But our major ones short term are this 402, 405 edge, right? Just with this basing here. So far, holding looks good. But if we push below this, fully expect us to have to come down to 360. As long as the Russell is holding, there isn't a ton of chance for downside continuation for right now. Right? Do you see how we're just like ranging in between our two supports, our two pivots? So we need to see this shift down again and then start to make those. I think for anything more for right now, or this is just gonna consolidate. Again, like this is our 30-second opening range and our previous day value high on ES, so it makes for a really good and level to take profit into off of our pivot. And now it's just rotating between until we start to show the ability to hold previous day value high as resistance, right? That's a shift of value. And once we do that, what happens if we hold previous day value high as resistance? Where are we headed? Previous day POC, right? So that's your next play for short side. That makes sense. And if you're playing ES, just be very careful of this area here. 48 to 43 or 4250, sorry. We need to show a very clear willingness to push through this, or just expect sell side to be sitting here, positions back down. We need to see the ability to build above our value and start to hold this as supportive. Oh, this is first target for NQ into POC at 504 if you are playing the recovery of our 60s. For upside, we want to see this ability to hold POC for a push into our value high. At resistance across the board, waiting to see if Russell can hold a recovery of value here. Very important test if we can build where our previous offer was. Look left. We want to see if this can bid and we can start to build and push back over our day open. Something like this. That gives you a PT of 70. So just looking to see if we can find acceptance back into value here. We're just back in this range, right? So same targets as before across the board for NQ.
US crude futures up by $2 a barrel now to around $75.20.
Hit a target here on NQ, top of range, into our value high. Yes, into value high as well. Watching to see if Russell can get continuation here. We need to get back into our opening range. I'm gonna delete this now that it's played, just because charts are getting a little messy here. But trying to really, guys. Love that Alt is willing to write essays like this, but then we'll go on Discord and shitpost. Looks like he's working with Striz. Failure at the high of our range here again on NQ, just back down to our mid of range. Watching to see if POC holds as supportive. Watching to see if ES POC can also hold as supportive. We can do this push and go for a continuation. Or if we do, just a rotation again down. Waiting to see how things react. Again, Russell lost momentum. So just waiting to see if this now can hold as resistance off this failure at our POC. Or sorry, our value low, just like last time. We're just seeing if these lower highs persist, right? That is what we're watching for. Down. As soon as Russell loses momentum, market shows that shift, and we just get that rotation. Still in supply, so there's been no change there. It's back up to top of range and rejection. Sellers are still very clearly. You just need to now see if they will position in the middle of the range, or if we'll be able to hold this we want someone trapped here, basically what I'm getting at. This allows for a new high or a new low by someone being offsides in the. Without this, then we just continue to do rotations like someone getting trapped in the middle allows for a new low or a new high. Now we have new liquidity that has to position off. Just allows for a bit more movement. So just keep an eye on ES here, seeing if we can hold this flag off of our POC. And we're looking for the ability, again, to build outside of value. Can we build outside of value for push? Or is this just going to project and rotate back down to our value low? Thus, range bound.
So the yen down 2% against the dollar, last at 147.235.
We're going to be in a much better position for longs. I've already mentioned this, but I'm going to say it again. When we can show that the Russell has any sort of willingness to trade over our 30-second opening range, we're going to feel pretty happy with longs when we start building above them. But until then, just showing complete failures to higher y above our 30-second opening range and our previous high. So to me, things just look balanced still, bearish on Russell. ES and NQ just range bound balanced. It's important that we're holding our gap so far in the day, though.
Brent crude futures rise by $2 a barrel to a session high of $78.48.
Held the middle of our range here in NQ, pushing back up to our highs. ES holding our pivot at POC, pushing to value high. Again, need to see it push above this and start to show willingness to hold above value for anything more. Also holding our pivot at 87.4, but still at resistance. There's been no change, no shift, but we are back to tie of range. Things are holding. Very clear absorption into these highs so far. The range persists. Complete failure so far on ES value high. Right back down to POC and VWAP. No change here. Trying to clean. Okay, it's so whiny today. It is. Oh boy. $30 seconds until new 15s. At our buy side deltas right now on NQ. Holding so far. Right. Fifteens. Heck of a help. I would. What would a concrete Pepe even look like? Like a Pepe with a hard hat? Like that? There you go. Power of AI. This is full target here on ES from the failure at our highs. That is a value high to value low rotation. See what I mean? We are continuing to be range bound, which is what we thought would happen. Not looking for short continuation until we see ES below previous day value high, like we've already discussed. This will remain bottom of range. Not looking for bullish moves outside of this until we see RTY over our 30-second opening. We are range bound. They will kill premiums today. Think of all the people who bought calls at open. When you used ChatGPT, Tatum, were you allowed to use the word Pepe? Or did you have to be like green frog meme? That's sweet. Why did they change that? Being censoring that word was so stupid. I bet their daily use went down so much after that censor wave.
European gas hitting a 2024 high on concern over Ukraine transit.
Rory, you should connect your Spotify to Last FM. Want to get all the boys on this. I just did it in my web browser, so I don't know. You just sign in, and then there's a connect feature. You just give permission. It tracks everything. Not too sure how it works on mobile. It'll pull whatever the API can find. So it might be from the start of as soon as you signed up. So from going forward. I don't know how it works for Spotify, but that's basically how it worked for YouTube. They don't have a proper API from, so the history might be not very good. But like from now on, it'll be good. Yeah. So now that you're listening, it'll go, and it'll show you if like what you're listening to in the moment. If you go to your profile, like for me, like I'm in a song right now and it's saying it's tracking it. You can add things manually if you want to jumpstart your profile. So there's this site called Open Scrobbler, and you link it to your last FM, and then you can add things manually. Or you can track a specific user and add things that they've added. So like if I searched my name on the platform, you can now take this and then you can just click on any of the songs that I've listened to, and then it'll add it to your history. Yeah, it suggests new music. It suggests people who have very similar tastes to you. It's basically has become a statistics and social platform. You can find like-minded people and then like see what they're listening to and like where their tastes like your tastes diverge or converge. And then it basically has like a Spotify Wrapped on a daily, monthly, yearly basis. So it builds out your taste and tags it, and you can see like how your genres differ, how when you discover new artists. It's just like every statistic that I've ever wanted for music. So if you go to on your profile, go to neighbors, the more section, that'll show you people that are very similar in taste with you, and then you can look at their profiles, and then you can add them or track them, follow them, right? And then or you can just see what they're listening to also. Play a song. About halfway through, it'll start saying that it's problem like scrobbling now, just tracking on your profile itself. Yeah, compatibilities are going to be super low because of how limited our music is right now. How new our profiles are. Is your name just Surf Logic on the platform? I do. Wait, I don't actually know how to find any link file. Love that you Streetlight. Very happy. Yeah, and there's even their API is really good. So there's actually another site that you can use that pulls even more in-depth stats called Last FM Stats. You can believe it or not. And this will do a deep pull and give you even more stats. And what's cool is that it tracks all other users on the platform. So you can actually do pull like API requests where you'll be like, where do I rank within the users who also listen to this? And you can see how many times you've listened to a song compared to other users, or like, and where like your fan score. So like, you know how Spotify will do that at the end where it's like, oh, you're in the top 1%. Like you can pull those statistics at any point on their platform for any artist at any time, even in Discord. I don't know. It's a bit nerdy, but I think it's super cool. Something that I've been really wanting from YouTube Music that they lack a proper API. Oh, excuse me. See, like, so now I can do the manual scrabble off of your profile and immediately get like Streetlight on without having to listen. And then I'll just build out my library. So it's like it's great for future reference to like see what we listen to, but building it out for recommendations right now, I think is now I don't have to listen to an entire punk playlist to get this on. I can just go through them. I'm not sure. I'm guessing yes, but it also like one listen isn't going to be the end of the world. It's multiple listens and like just genres. Like And then like the artists that you favorite on the actual platform as well, Sauce, are gonna have a much more much major effect. So like you have like your recent tracks, right? But then you can also heart tracks on the platform itself. And your liked tracks are going to really affect how your recommendations. So like they're gonna so like this is on surfs right now. But if I like liked that Streetlight song, then they would be like, oh yeah, let's recommend more ska. And then you can set up sessions as well. So they're like a bunch of little features that can help find taste. Compatibility. You go to your profile, Rory, and it'll tell you how similar. Well, your profile, you're gonna have peak uh, compatibility to your profile, so it wouldn't be sense to be on there. So anyone else's profile, click on it and then show it. Like when I go on surfs, it shows like this, Rory. Oh, okay, you figured it out. And make sure to add him. Yeah. Do you see that plus symbol next to his name? Or next to his icon? Yeah. I'm not sure. I think you can just do I mean the easiest way, yeah, you can just edit the URL. I'm not sure how to search yet, personally. I'll have to ask. But I added you.
Israel's military chief Halevi says we are at peak readiness.
Breaking below our 30-second opening range, watching to see our reaction here into 425, expecting some relief. And then we watch to see if we hold 30-second opening range as offer. The last time we attempted here, guys, we bounced. So it's really important to see how we react, if we can then start to do something like this and then reject down, or if we're just going to rotate again, trade up this range. This is kind of my level in the sand here. It's this purple line. Watching to see if we build below or above it. But our first like real sense of if this is directionally going to go down is if 30-second opening range becomes resistant, just like on the whistle. Yes, of course, still just holding our resistance here. No change from the original short entry. Just the same thing again to the right. We're watching how we react into our value low. Below this, we have our 30-second opening range. Again, for short continuation on the day, and for us to break outside of our just balance idea, we need to see our previous day value high here hold as resistance, and then we can start to rotate down. Without that, just expect this to continue to just be range bound, and you're not going to get a ton of movement. We need to see this hold below. 1 minute until new 15s. This is your target here to see how we react. Pushing down into our 50-minute VWAP, the close of this candle. Below this for me on NQ, we have this level at 400 to 382. 400 to 382 is where I'll look for buyers. They're going to be anywhere. Below this, we're just going for this delta tag down at 360. This is our 30-second opening range low on ES. So again, this is a very potential area for a bounce to occur. We want to see the ability to hold below our previous day value high here, or we're just going to rotate back up to ETHI. So really keeping an eye here on if we can build below or if this is just going to rotate right back up to our value edge. Watch this 360 edge on NQ. Look for a reaction. If sell side's still going to be serious, okay, but we expect 360 to hold. We look for a reoffer here, and then we look for continuation down. It's going to do it. This is our previous day value high on NQ retesting. I'm expecting reoffers off of this move, so don't panic. There's lots of selling pressure above that we can retest into for a continuation trade. If you aren't already. Again, the retest of previous day value and the rejection of our 30-second opening range on ES is going to be key for more downside. So far, reacting off of our buying deltas on NQ, and we're watching to see if we can now hold this area on NQ as resistance for a reoffer. Same thing with ES. This will give you a secondary leg if we can.
Nasdaq and S&P 500 at session lows now, pairing gains to 1%.
I hope my explanation of why I wasn't looking for longs up there in that range high makes sense, and why the easier direction for us to move is down, the path of least resistance for us. So it's either going to be range bound or down until we can hold and recover, especially with us holding below that Russell 30-second opening. Like, there's just, we don't have the ammo to actually push right now. So following the QQQ plan, right? This is everything from this morning is playing out. We are holding our resistance still. We have not been able to push over target. And we're just going to fill the gap, right? So this is our first like real level here where we can see Like, okay, are we going to be able to find buyers here again, just like we did yesterday? And it's going to be the same. I'm actually going to make this a dotted thing. This is for the arching idea. So just like yesterday, we're watching to see how we react here. How did we react yesterday in this area? Well, this became really important range to let us know which side we were going to trade on. I went over this last night with Adam, but I think it's probably worth showing this idea again, where we're watching to see, can we hold value high to POC as supportive here, or does this value low to POC make it go resistant? So the idea here is, if buyers are serious and they're willing to hold us in this range on NQ and QQQ, whatever you want to call it, like, it's the same thing. We're watching to see if buyers can react here and build for a rotation back up. If we fail here and this goes resistant, we look for rotations down to the bottom of range. When sell side serious, we will be able to hold below and then we will rotate further. Just like we did here. You guys have questions about this? Are we still on the same page? Do you need a link to this chart? Here's a link to the chart. So this is this area that I'm talking about. This is what that looks like. I just made a little diagram to show that, right? This is the range. Either buyers are able to hold the highs, or we look for a push back down to the lows. Then we watch to see if sell side can hold below. If they can't, we expect rotations back up to the highs. We're looking for people to be trapped either at the highs or the lows. Once we see acceptance in people who are trapped, then we are able to rotate through. Again, yes, building below previous day value high and our 30-second opening range, trying to hold that it's resistant on pathing. NQ was able to hold previous day value high, so really not a great shorting opportunity until we can push below that. We have these selling deltas above us on NQ that are very interesting to me. We're watching this 413 to 426, right? Just this area here, seeing if sell side's willing to absorb this and continue this down. You want continuation below this 76 level. It is really important that we make this node here. I'm actually going to like this node, we want this to become resistance or downside on it. We're able to push below and then start to hold this as resistance. And of course, PT is just value high to previous day POC, right? Previous day value high, stay POC. That's this trade, is the failure to hold this as supportive and look in and rejection for down. Same thing for ES, right? Like nothing has shifted here. We're doing what we talked about an hour ago. I want shorts below this 30-second opening range and previous day value high, and we look for this push down in POC, previous day POC. For ES to be viable for continuation here, you want to see a push below our halfway back, ideally this old offer, and then we want to see a push below this, and then this is the more likely rotation instead of just a flat, straight down. It's probably going to look something more so like this, where we have a here, at our 15-minute halfway back, and then we have our buy side look here. We need to get below these buyers, show that they're offsides. That gives us our willingness to push down. But so far, things look pretty good off of our previous day value high hold. There's not really a great longing opportunity for continuation back up or a reversal until we see this happen. The ability to push, hold our previous day value high, then we can rotate through this LPN here. See that? And that just is our offer, right? Hopefully these things are becoming a bit more clear to you guys, actually. First target here, previous day POC, off of our failure to hold. Resistance held, offered, rejection, push down. Same thing for on ES, very quick, but it did happen. Offer of our 1975, push down, retest, offer of our 15s, push down, are now at PT. If POCs become resistant, where are we going? I wonder. Oh, previous day value low, right? So we'll watch to see if we can build out here. This is our first little test. We expect buy side to be here. We're watching to see if we can develop below this. Expect some chop, and then we'll see if we can get continuation down. But should expect some chop here. Same thing on ES, of course. We good? We happy? Look good? This will be a very important retest for secondary moves here, right? This is what we're watching for. Remember what happened last time we were down here. We needed to see if we can now hold this as resistance. We should get a retest, I would assume, unless this is going to be a drastic sell. Coming back up to retest this, seeing if sell side is willing to hold. That'll give us our secondary leg. Again, just like what we went over, the last time we attempted this, we held here, we made a secondary low, right? Sell side couldn't follow through, which had them caught off sides, and then we rotated back up through. So again, this is a very key area, and this is why I went over it and put that stuff into chat. This is what we really want to see, is how we react on this edge test. If buyers are willing to hold this area, we expect a rotation back up into this. We look for sellers to be off sides here, and then this secondary look will bring us down. So we're either looking for a rotation back through this range, or sell side's able to hold here, right? And then we're able to just rotate down. We look for lower lows and lower highs. So just a really important area. I want to cover it because I don't want people to get messed up here, because this is a very logical trade. Actually, think about it as a value area. Again, like look below, secondary look below, liquidity grab, right? Sell side's now off sides. We enter the range again. We look for rotations back up. Failure at the highs, if we can't build here, results in a rotation back down to the lows. We look for a push below this, an offer here. That leads to downside. This is the play that we went over in the masterclass stuff. This is literally Mario's setup with the failure at the high. Right? But we just need to see if we can push below now. I'm gonna delete this. I don't think anything's changed here. Just looking to see if we fail at this look above for this rotation down. Or if we build, then we just push back up to this pivot. I'm going to highlight this selling delta here just so that you have it as a reference point of where we're watching for this offer to be above. That in. For long scalps here, you want to see from this very look, this should look back up into value high. Just going to continue to rotate. in between POC and value high. We need this look below this failure into these cells for this short to continue. This will be very important for our offer to be sitting here. First leg, and then we look for the look below. Retest. This retest will give you. We do fail here. If we don't, we look for the secondary support. That should push back up to our halfway back in value high. So really just watch your offer here. almost at target here on NQ for the long side, back up the previous day value high. Into our 63 to 76 pivot. Again, no short until you got your first trigger here, but you need that look below previous day POC and offer that continuation, where you're just trapped. Long side has advantage. Shift this level. Push this to 73. Push this 8.7. Very clear oscillation on Russell right now. This node. Just watching to see how we react. Get back into value, or do we get a rotation again back down? Just waiting for this to break. As long as RTY has momentum, it's going to be very hard to down. It is what it is. This is how I view this area and footprint. Just watching it like this. We have clear buyers who are trying to hold us here. But if we push below these buying deltas and then an offer steps in, we can see acceleration down, back down to the lows. So just really watching these pivots. So we can recover 400s. It's pretty rough. It's lower highs on the overall trend. Kind of like these dotted line paths. Way less messy. Probably keep doing those.
There's target here on NQ into previous day value high off of the hold of our 38. Morning, Adam. Still a bit more room here on ES to previous day value high if we are going to hold the POC, just like we just did on NQ. So watching to see if we get this last rotation back into our 30-second range, if this acts as a resistance or not. Russell top of range, looking for a break of the higher lows if we're going to get any situation, or expect this slow grind up to continue. So far, just retesting previous day value high here on NQ. Really important that buy side is able to develop here and continue this push, or rotations back down make a ton of sense. We are keeping an eye on this Russell oscillation. Can we maintain these higher lows? Or do we reach below this halfway back and rotate back down for this next down on this? Basically all I'm watching. Can we recover value and make it supportive Russell? Or is this going to just continue this cycle that we're in, right? Box range? For long continuation, we want to see the ability to build above previous day value high and our 30-second day, right? Our opening range, just like we have path. There's not really a great longing opportunity here, just a shorting opportunity, because this is, what do we call it? It's our reoffer, right? So there's nothing here until we can show acceptance above this node, this tail, right? This is where sell side is sitting, to show a willingness for buy side to act above this level, or we expect sellers who positioned here and shifted us down to still be here. There's Adam. So far, pretty solid weakness off of our selling deltas on NQ. Buy side is attempting to hold our halfway back in this previous day value high, but if we fail here, we rotate back down to 38s, just filling this LVN, watching to see if the Russell is going to do a full rotation, just like we talked about. Weakness up at the highs of this range, very clear range that we've developed out. Do we do the full rotation back down? That is the question. We are at the mid right now. Can NQ maintain this? We make a new high. It's going to be a failure. Should find out soon. I still view this area just like this. Later, Kevin.
So we're just seeing from a page on X here, Flight Radar, they note that Egypt has issued a curious NOTAM instruction for Egyptian airlines to avoid the Iranian airspace between 01 and 0400 UTC on the 8th of August tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just offside. These sellers are still not being able to push below. Here's an update of footprint dubs. You can see how that the selling deltas are amassing. The sellers are unable to move us below. Russell new low. Into our pivot here. Should just trade back to POC off of the failure at value high. Let's watch for our offer here into 38 to 48. See if it can hold. Should get one more leg down into 19 at least. If it does that. If not, then it just rotates back up to 63. Fell to LVN. There is pretty simple. There's your target. Good failure. We're now into this pathing. Watch to see if we hold or if we can push below. Do the secondary leg. Did the full upside leg, so all there is. Now we wait. See if we rotate again or if we can actually shift. I mean, there's just no long. I can't tell you enough that we're at selling deltas above. Like, there's no long here. We're still in a downtrend.
The Fed bids for 10-year notes totaling $8 billion.
When I will keep posting this, it's because it's resistance. So that's the reason why I keep. We're just trapped here for now. We're trading between previous day value high and previous day POC on ES and N. We have now fully done our ES. It took longer than we wanted, but we held our 30-second opening range. You need to see the secondary look below, and we need to see this 38 to 48 hold for offer for another push down on NQ, or there's really not much here. We need to see sellers willing to step in here at a lower position, continue this downtrend. Understand that the Russell is now at the bottom of our oscillation. So if we are going with the same logic, we understand that we have potential for a bounce here if the Russell wants to maintain this range. So just keep that in mind with how you're positioning, which is why I'm saying like there's not a lot here as we come back down into our most recent low, right? If this is now our new auction that we're just going to range in, we expect Russell to find a bounce here and do this oscillation again. First pivot is value. If we shift, awesome, right? Then we get new lows. There's your reoffer and push down into next target here on NQ. Should expect some sort of retest here on Russell. I would assume right about here for a retest of like 74.3. See if we can now hold outside of this or if we recover, you know, especially with NQ in the bottom of range. So it's like this, you guys need to understand, like, again, this is an important thing that that we've gone over, and I made sure to go over for how we play this area. Is if we get a look above and we fail to hold this edge high, where do we expect to go? We expect to rotate through that auction. This is your first risk off. Now we look for secondary moves off of this. We got our look back in, recovery, that rotates back up. We attempted to hold here, failed at our offer, looked back in, rotate down. Now we're watching to see if sell side can take advantage of this. This retest will be incredibly important because now you have buyers who are offsides here. If we can now hold here, that's our secondary leg down. It's literally the same thing.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $42 billion in a 10-year note sale. The prior bid to cover was 2.58 and the prior high yield was 4.276%. So today's auction of 10-year Treasury's new issue has cheapened outright on the curve amid a heavy corporate new issue calendar, including several long-end tranches and signs of deleveraging in the future. Still, it's on track to draw the first sub 4% yield for the tenor in over a year. Given the decline in yields and poor liquidity conditions, JP Morgan's strategist in a late Tuesday note said that the sale needed additional concession for a good result. I'll also make note of the latest CFTC positioning data, which shows that speculators were net short 111,000 ultra 10-year note futures, for the least in a year yet, and a possible source of covering demand.
Would love to see the offer be able to hold this pivot now for one more leg down. Very clear node above us that we're referencing. Just watch for offers into this. If not, then we rotate back up to POC. Watch for ES as well. Stations. This. Watch for down. This is this retest here. There's dubs. Or 30 pits just hit 105% our highs. Out my first short here from this rejection, looking for this rotation down. One left, break even stop at 87.5. I will be right back with water.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. The US is due to sell $42 billion in 10-year notes. The prior bid to cover was 2.58 and the prior high yield was 4.276%.
All right, got stopped here. Let's see if there's a re-entry. Just watching how we look into 313 above or a push below 90s and then acceleration. My two areas of interest. It's 313 is pretty solid. Just watching that 313 to 319. Three minutes left on this candle. As long as the Russell is pushing, it's going to be very hard for a short, right? Just like usual. So watching the 74.3 pivot on the Russell. Got a really nice node building out here that's pretty thick. Can we build above? Can we hold this range that we're oscillating in between? And this holds. I'm gonna look for push below this new low like this, or a push into our 60 target. That will lead side leg. See if we can get back into this range or not. Remember, lack of momentum on RTY is usually our first signs of weakness. The market is moving together, but Russell has been leading at least initial weakness and support. When we go and push together on all three, we get a large move. That's the stuff we want to be trading. Don't worry about the numbers, bro. Seriously. You're doing a fantastic trading, Mike.
So we're shortly expecting the results of the US 10-year note auction. The Treasury pre-sale when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour, and the auction results often follow a couple of minutes after this. Treasury when issued 10-year yield 3.929% ahead of the auction.
Ball. I don't know if I know. It's just soccer, but you like throw it, right? Oh, they're like they're net. It's not like a goalpost. Or are you saying basketball in the terms of like how you move? I just figured it was like there's football and then there's handball. And football, you hold the ball. Or sorry, yeah, handball. Do you dribble or do you run with it like rugby? Oh, okay.
Bid to cover 2 spot 3-2, 2 spot 3-2 with the high rate of 3 spot 96%,
Really
3
important
spot
test here on the Russell,
96%
guys.
against the
This is our
pre-sale winning
test to see if
studio
we
of
can get
3
a new
spot
low. We want to see that
929%.
look below 67.8. ES
The
testing our
US there
low.
sold $42 billion
Rejected
in
our
yen,
halfway back,
yielding
following our trade
91.61%
plan.
of bids at high. Primary dealers take 17.88%, direct 15.95%, indirect 66.16%.
You can see why our pivots make sense now, what I've been posting over on the footprint, right? Like failures over these levels, failures under these levels become really important. Looking for that rotation down into our like 40 to 30 now. Yeah, but just a small scalp. I missed half the move subs. I was researching handball, so just 70 down to 49. Very short little scalp. But watching for this retest on the Russell should allow us to know if we're going to get the secondary leg. Look for a lower high here, starting to form that channeling structure. Same thing on ES. See if we can hold these lower highs and watch the Russell retest here. If these fail, then we'll get a secondary leg down, I would assume. If these don't, then there's no trade, personally. This just makes for a really good long first target. Now we watch for the Russell rejection. You need to get below 59. Fire attempting there. That's first target for any shorts, so we can push below it. Really 60, but 59.75 to be exact. So as we push down into that, we want to see the offer lower below it, or buy side's going to sit there short term. Testing now. Russell leading us down. Really nice rejection. Following plan. Guy's still pretty active here at 60. If we can hold here on NQ while Russell goes to target, you need to be careful with shorts. You expect a bit of relief the next Russell target. And if NQ is able to hold this buyer at 60s as we push down into this, then we can get relief. And then this buyer was able to maintain, which leads to at least a look above. This can still fail and then we rotate down, but it should cause at least a bit of a bounce here. Russell finding a look. Just keep that in mind. This Stream East platform is just like the Twitch UI. It's so weird. They just like straight ripped the UI. Yeah, if you told me that this was Twitch, I would not second guess it. Like this is actually Twitch chat. Russell almost hit a target here. You just random walking between our two pivots. Shift here yet. Really watching to see how we react on Russell. Should be key to let us know if we're getting more. I expect more, but I don't know if it's how short term that more will be, right? Again, like this is I expect us to at least come down to retest the low from the close yesterday. We're just filling the gap, right? Like that's all that's going on. Really nice acceleration there. Russell into target now, 56.8. Watching to see if we get any sort of rebid here. No relief. We just push down to 52s. I'd expect something though from Russell. Should give at least a retest to see if we're going to hold this now. Immediate push off of our Russell. See if we get any follow through. Immediate bounce into our lower pivot, right? Just seeing now if we hold its offer. Secondary test, watching to see if the Russell continues to lower highs. We continue this really sharp channel down that we're doing. Just keep an eye on our 13 EMA. out one here off this secondary short. Russell, really nice rejection and continuation down. Watching for previous day value low on yes as our next target if we can hold this blue zone now as resistance. So same thing. Watching to see if this can now hold or push down for a full oscillation of our range from yesterday. You see how we can just play previous day value high to previous day POC and then previous day POC that holds, then we go down, right? Like we have a full understanding of what's going on. This is our buying deltas here on NQ, fully out. Is this stuff starting to click for you guys? We getting there? Making a little money?
So US stocks pair their gains, Dow now flat and the S&P up just 0.2%, the same as the Nasdaq as well. And Treasury is extending declines after the 10-year auction tail as well.
Huge, Maldito. Absolutely huge. Welcome to the stream, Sam. Nice, Surf. I'm glad you made your money, Bruce, and then just been hanging out. Looks like you had some really nice trades. Quick, efficient. Yeah, don't let the 15-second I just have 15-second on for visualization because we're trading off the DOM, but most of our levels and all of our actionability is based off of our 15-minute time frame. So don't get too you get used to these smaller time frames because it's just showing us what we're looking for into these zones. So we really are only paying attention into these areas, and then it's just like these are the areas where I start to really focus in on the DOM itself. The rest of it, we're just basing it off of our footprint and our higher time frame structure. Like this entire trade plan was based off of a 4-hour chart. But then it's like, how do we exercise that for scalping on a smaller time frame? Well, we have to go to the smaller time frames to actually get our execution in order. That's all it is. So don't get like too overwhelmed by it. 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute works just as well. I just find that these smaller time frames give me the most insight of where I should be executing. That's all it is. But it's definitely not necessary. It feels really choppy and overwhelming at first, but then you realize like you start to kind of get the hang of it, and then it's all good. Yeah, 1 minute's perfectly fine. I used to trade 1 minute.
52 counterparties take
One of our other
$286.66
staff trades
billion
1 and 3,
at the Fed Reverse
mostly
Repo
3 minute.
operation.
Same system that I use. For both Discord and YouTube guys, if I'm talking and you don't understand the context, it's probably because I'm talking to someone in the other chat. So just sorry in advance. It's confusing. Yeah, green on the day on both options and futures. We had we called calls down here at close and sold in the open, and then I took shorts, and we've been playing it down since for the option side, and then for futures we've just been walking through the scalps throughout the day. For 30 puts, 489 are currently up 183%.
JP Morgan's CEO Diamond says 50 basis point Fed cut doesn't matter as much as people think.
For context, this is my this week. So it's been a very solid week. We've had a really good read. I haven't taken a loss this week. It's kind of crazy. Got it like that. My stats for this week overall.
So in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, we
Just
see the
like
release of the
two
Bank
break
of
even,
Canada's
basically.
meeting minutes.
When things click, they click. It's not always like this, but we've had a pretty solid read. I love that, Camille. It's good. I mean, I think Monday was understandable to be out of touch. Market was not normal, so it didn't align with a lot of our price structure, and it was incredibly illiquid. A lot of that liquidity has come back in, and so we actually have setups that are like have validity. There's a reason why we didn't touch much on Monday until we had like a couple solid setups. It's just because it's so liquid. Like you need liquidity how we trade. Without it, the volatility is too much, and our levels don't mean much, right? The selling and value levels don't mean much. There's just not enough liquidity present to hold levels of interest, right? So like having or struggling on Monday, I think was completely understandable. Now that liquidity has stepped back in, we actually have edge. Lack of liquidity will make you feel like you have no clue what you're doing. This is why we don't trade like FOMC, right? Like this is why we don't trade news, because all the liquidity vanishes and there goes all our edge. So when you have like almost an entire day, it was probably like 4 hours, 5 hours of the session actually, where like we had a 10-point spread on it. Like that's what are you gonna do with that? There's nothing there. You enter a trade and you're down $500. Yeah, exactly. And like the more you trade, the greater your intuition will be of like, okay, I can't touch this. Like I know that this is gonna, I don't have edge here. Like yeah, price is moving quickly, but also like it's moving quickly in the opposite direction. It just you'll have better setups. What happened on Monday? The leading theory is there was I can link second. There was a massive deleveraging and like liquidation event that happened with the Japanese yen, and then you had basically de-risking stock assets to help cover the unwinding. Yeah, and we're starting to get a bit of relief because Japan basically said put a pause to it and made the trade valid again. Second. Here's a good
In
video
5
that's like
minutes
a
time now,
minute and
at
a
the
half
bottom of the
that
hour,
you can
you see
watch.
the release of the Bank of
That
Canada's
covers most
latest
of it.
meeting minutes for their last monetary policy meeting.
And if you want a bit more context, here's a thread that goes over it in a bit more detail. So there's nothing here trade-wise. We hit PT on ES, pushed down to previous day value low. Now we're just waiting for the Russell to figure out when it's going to top. As soon as that loses momentum, should be able to take it down another leg or at least play the rotation. Just waiting for this loss of momentum. Got full target hit on ES, right? So now can we hold our halfway back? Can we recover this auction? Can the Russell maintain? Or do we start to find sellers here? We look left, we see that this is where our last offer was. So really just kind of watching this area to see if we get any sort of loss of Momo here and start to break these higher lows. As of right now, though, uptrend is persisting. Just gotta wait now. This 40 level on NQ is pretty important. See if we can recover it or not. Like 40 to 50, basically, if we can start to build there, we should be able to rotate back up to 280. There's not much in between here. This is just our pivots from earlier. So watching to see if sell side's sitting here and we fill this LVN below us, or if we can build here, and then we should again be able to rotate back up to our offer to the left. So really just watching reactions here and our loss of momentum here into our offer on the Russell. Really important to see if we can maintain higher lows and continue this low grind up. And for added context of where we're rejecting, this is again just the same footprint chart, same zones, but like that's our zone we're rejecting. Trying, man. We'll see how overwhelmed I get, but it's working for right now. It's just
So
when
shortly
the moves
expecting
are so
release of
big
the
over
Bank of
Globex,
Canada's
we have to
meeting
have
minutes.
some sort of like swing. That's that we can take advantage of. Once like Globex starts to settle down, options trades will probably be a bit more infrequent. But as of right now, it just makes sense to try to take advantage of some of that after hours action. What is Zone ER? So you company is this Soundhound AI? What even is this? Why do people who are just starting find the most random thing? Who's ever heard of this stock?
So seeing the release of the Bank of Canada minutes, so ahead of the Bank of Canada July 24 rate announcement,
You
the
mean
Governing Council
Shazam?
saw risk that
Is
consumer
this
spending could
Shazam?
be significantly weaker than expected next year and 2026 as well. Price pressures in services more closely affected by wages were unlikely to be offset to the same extent as in the past months by
Oh, okay.
disinflation in goods and price cuts. While excess supply was projected to
You
persist
see how
into
we bounced on the
2026,
gap,
some members
just like
emphasized
we
the
thought we
amount of
would?
excess supply was
Now we're waiting to see if we
uncertain.
get this
They saw
secondary leg
less
down or
chance
not.
that pent-up demand would lead to a sudden rise in house prices as rates were cut. Members agreed to clearly communicate that they would be weighing the
Gap has
forces
been
that could
filled.
pull on inflation below the target against those that could hold it above the target. Governing council members felt spending per person was expected to recover as rates declined, but many households will still face significant debt servicing costs. Consumer spending through 2025 to 2026 could be hit by the number of households likely to be renewing their mortgage at higher rates. Other members placed less emphasis on the risk that wage growth could contribute to price pressures. Some members felt wage growth at the current levels could lead to persistent price pressures for many services, and some members expressed concerns that further weakness in the labour market could delay the rebound in consumption.
This is about as far as my edge at the beginning of the day goes. It's like either we hold this low or we rotate through to the bottom of our demand, which is that secondary leg. So I'm not too sure where we go from here, right? We could just balance here at our close from yesterday. I'd love that secondary leg down, like we talked about, but it's going to require us to. I mean, well, first of all, we haven't broken any structure, right? We're still just in this downtrend, but all we've done is test our close from yesterday. So for more downside, right, we want to see this downtrend persist, and we want to see our offer continue to hold, right? This is our auction above. There's potential we get back in here, retest, and then we do something like this. But this secondary move down here is going to be really important to let us know if we rotate. We want to lose previous high, or sorry, previous low, start to make this resistance for that secondary leg. This is where things can get a bit muddy, where we could just rotate like this for the next 2 hours. I don't have a great great insights here, just because we don't have any information. All we know is that buyers were willing to transact here, and they pushed price up. So we can basically call this the bottom of our range. This is our range in which we're trading in. So the question is, do we just rotate through this again and again? I know it's getting, sorry about that, but it's like we have to kind of see this as a range as of right now. We need this break of range to let us know if we're downside. Hopefully that's clear. This is why this area is important. We've now fixed that Globex structure. Now it's a decision point to let us know if that Globex structure is going to hold, right? Now that we've filled the gap, now is can we get below it, right? That's kind of the question. Eldito, what's Avery looking for? Is he looking for one more leg down? Retest now? Okay. All right, good. Like the they're so strong, Kowalski. I don't know. Water polo is crazy. I don't know if there's like a harder stamina sport than water polo, actually. I can't think of anything that requires more stamina than water polo off the top of my head. Yeah, great trade. I expect us to just kind of hang out here for a while. Got to figure out if we're going to get that downtrend continuation. Bounce makes a lot of sense. Now it's just figuring out how far we need to retrace. Do we have any more news today? That give me previous day. So consumer credit change. That's about it. That's at 3. Yeah, we can see them trying to absorb here. Footprint as well, what you just showed. You're good. Yeah, so it's the same pivot as before, like we talked about. This 240, 250 needs to go supportive, and then we should be able to look up into 280, 290. But as long as that 240 is holding, that's just sell side absorbing market buyers, right? So the key here is, can sellers push us below this 200, 205 area and show acceptance? If we can, we see acceleration down. We have basically two-sided trading in between these two zones right now, where we have sellers absorbing buyers here, and we have buyers absorbing sellers here. So what we're watching for is the look above and then secondary buyers to step in to get through these limit sellers who are then going to be able to push us up. Same thing below, we're looking for acceleration below these limit buyers for a push and continuation down. Just two-sided trading, basically. Who gets exhausted first is all that we're really looking at right now. And for those that I know that those on YouTube can't see this, but same thing here. Show the footprints so that you can see what I'm showing. This is that 210, 205 area that I'm talking about. Actively seeing sellers market selling in, but getting absorbed. Seeing sellers market, limit selling, can't speak. Seller limits absorbing these market buys up here, right? So we just have this range that's for, we're looking for acceleration below or above this on a secondary move, right? So any sort of continuation. Two minutes until new 15s. 30 seconds until new 15s. Russell coming back down into bottom of range here. Big test. This closing of this candle. Yeah, it's a 15-minute footprint. Here's an update from the open of the new candle. Really watching this 210. 210 to 217 is where we're looking for offer to hold on this push up. We want to see a strong rejection there if we're going to get down and a break out of this range, or we just expect another rotation. So again, watching right now to see if offer can stick here and we get a push below rotation like this. You don't want to see sellers get absorbed here and then put off sides because that will just a rotation and probably an with squeeze. Yeah, longs are fine if we can push over 2 times, I think. Probably go to 50. But this is a short side for right now if we're able to get through these. Good first risk off if you are playing off of this. Look for a continuation now. So for me, like that was just an acceleration trade. Like that's just pure momentum. So like I can take a trade like that, understanding that we're going to get acceleration from that breach below, and it's just like a quick $300. And now we wait for the reoffer. Like that's it doesn't need to be more complicated than that because we understand the structural levels and where people are positioned. So I can take this trade pretty clearly and just play that Momo down. And now we just wait for a secondary look and for that ladder to basically move down, and then we get the full rotation is what we'd want to see. There it is again. Same trade, same thing. Right, so like this is another thing where it's just like I understand the retest and I can look for that offer and I can just take that trade down for secondary scalp. Like it doesn't need to be more complicated. And these are very quick moves, but because we understand how positions are happening, like I can just take these shorts for acceleration, just trade down in levels. And like we're looking for previous day value low. So like I can hold this, but I'm just like these are 5-second scalps you can take very easily, understanding how people are positioned and who's offsides and where we're headed. Right? Like this is what this looks like in reality. into target here on NQ. This is target here, previous day value low. We've done the full auction from yesterday on NQ into our buying deltas here at the lows. This is our next area of potential reprieve in the market. We need to watch to see how we react off of these buying deltas. If we push below previous day value low, we're targeting 80084. Yeah, Momo in the sense of acceleration. Sorry. We're already in momentum, right? We're in a downtrend, but I'm expecting acceleration. So I'm playing with the acceleration there. We have offside buyers. We've pushed through the limit absorption, right? We've pushed through the absorption. We now have liquidation, and so we have a forced selling occurring, and I'm playing the forced selling. That's basically it. I'm watching the ladder step down, and as what's happening, I'm taking a position, and I'm immediately exiting on that drastic move down on the DOM, just taking profits. That's a scalp. Just keeping an eye, right? Like we're just lower highs, lower lows. Watching our selling deltas come in. We're seeing extreme selling, right? And just playing off of that. Easily best thing is wait until seller buyer delta is printed, wait for a second retest the new printed delta, and clearly understand that we got over something. Yes, exactly. I think that's a great insight, Mickey. So this is that important test here, right? Can previous day value low hold as resistance, or do we recover and have to trade back up into these selling deltas above that we just tested? Right? Big test. Russell pushing below our previous buyer. We need to really pay attention to how we react into the CTH low. I could easily see us kind of just doing this rotation for a while. I'd love to see us push below and show this as resistance for duration, or I could see this kind of happening for a bit. Just keeping an eye on. I'm a fan of this big node above for any sort of retest if we have to. Figure out where we go from there. Oh, and Bruce, this might help as well. This is why we got a bit of a rally, say, for the for context of like why liquidity kind of came back in. if you want like the macro. I don't know if you how much you care about it, but got a little sidetracked there. So buying delta's holding makes for that really good risk off. Not looking to short until we can push below this and start to offer it. We watch these selling deltas above us here to let us know how we're going to interact in this area. I'm gonna mark these in red so that they show up on the screen. And then just let this area kind of develop out. Really nice rejection so far, previous day value low. Yes. Just need Russell to continue this downtrend and get below ETH low, but this so far is a really nice rejection. We'd love to see this same move happen on NQ for that continuation down. Really didn't want to do a full session today, but I might. Like pretty solid price action. I'll probably do a full session today and then do a half session tomorrow. So that'll probably be. I just gotta give my voice a rest. Talking every day is actually so draining. In these full sessions, my mental cannot handle it. Big test here, Russell, ETH low. Watching our retest here on previous day value at 120 on NQ. Testing into it now. I could see us kind of chop here for a bit. I'm not gonna lie. We need to get below ETH low on Russell. We're building pretty nicely for sell side to have control, but we need to see some acceleration, right? So this is how we look right now in this candle building. So as long as we're not pushing over like 140, 130, sell side has full control. Looking below here on ETH for the Russell. Watching to see if we can now hold here. This push down. Would love to see a solid retest on Russell to like actually confirm it. It just wants to keep going down, and it is. Just play it. Get our retest. Just watch our 20, 23. You want to see offer holding here. Failure to do that, then it's just going to rotate back up to 40. New 15s opening now. Move stops to at least break even if you are playing off this 120. Bit scared of that the Russell recovering ETH low here. I could see us popping to 140. Give karaoke tonight. Might have a point, man. Problem is like too many of my hobbies are on the PC, and when I spend all day doing this, I like do not want to even look at my computer at the end of the session. That's an issue. Just watching retest here on Russell into ETH low. NQ random chopping. Doesn't look bad yet though. 120, 125 again. Like we push over that, just go back up to 140. NQ a bit more volatile, but Russell holding ETH low right now. Just watching to see which way we break this. Pivot's holding. We've got two-sided trading happening, so we just have to be careful why I'm saying what I'm saying. 140 are those buying deltas above on that footprint. And right now it's just two-sided trading between a buyer and a seller. Expect more volatility on NQ while the Russell holds. So that's why we were looking for that pop. Russell has recovered a higher low in our pivot. So this is your first risk off for longs, the 135, 140. As Russell comes back up to retest our offer. I think that's your long scalp there. You can leave
US
one
stocks
runner
turning
break
lower
even,
in choppy
see
trade
if we
here.
get any more.
S&P 500 last down
Not really
around
looking for too much more.
0.4%.
I think if 35s go supportive, then we look into that 52, 60. But until then, like this is just where that offer is sitting. Sorry if that was too quick for you guys, but just trying to show what I'm seeing. That shift, like if you didn't catch it off of the Russell, you would have been in a really bad position for NQ trying to get that short continuation there. I think it's like worth mentioning the learning aspect. We can see the ladder trying to force itself back down. It's trying to now make 120, 125, right? Resistance again. I don't know if this is going to hold. Watching to see if the Russell can run higher. Watching that 13 EMA, the red line. Seeing if we can just maintain this momentum, get over this, or if this will just kind of reject. We need to see this push continuation. You can see that ladder attempting to step down. Probably nothing real until we see that ladder actually get below these 14s. That'd be my guess. You see him trying to jump the spread here below 14. Well, for now holding at 16. Expect a retest. Artistic swimming, is that like the that group swimming where they like have to be like in complete sync? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, here. Yeah, those guys are nuts as well. You have to tread water the entire time. Those, like, keep yourself completely like just hovering in a static position while doing all of this. Change the font size, but it doesn't change the font for the VWAP. Anything else? I don't know if VWAP has font styles on levels. Let me look. So you're saying the text size here doesn't affect VWAP? That might be just an oversight. I can look into it. It's interesting these girls aren't wearing swim caps. Like they might as well be with how pulled back their hair is, man. Jesus. Really nice offer and push down. Russell pushing below our ETH low. Good continuation. I don't think that there was a great opportunity here other than understanding that the ladder was pushing down and then this was our reoffer. So you had to have a pretty strong understanding of this 135 and then this look below and then this retest that I was talking about for this follow through. But it's an okay play. It's not great. Didn't show up very well on footprint. It was just understanding what the previous auction looked like and what we were looking for from this secondary move. So don't feel bad if you didn't take this, but it was like this had to be your PT. It just had to be. And then when that ladder was stepping down, we just look for that continuation, step down. Right? I don't think it showed very well on tape. Great job, Grota. This retest is going to be really important for Russell. We want this to stay below. I do not want us to just do this garbage oscillation here. I want this to be hard resistance if we're going to continue. Or it's just going to be choppy. I love the Olympics, man. It's like the only time I watch sports anymore. It's just like being able to see like what like peak human looks like. Nuts. Save that for the gifts afterwards, Corona. We're watching intense gameplay right now. Oh, this area is where I have no clue what happens here on NQ. Like, look at this buying delta that's down here. How we react into this is going to be interesting. This 44 to basically like 18 flat. You see how we did what we were talking about? This look below and then showing like a very clear offer here. Push. This is why that's so important. This look, top, and best. I have no clue. We're just like into our buying zone. So I'm just gonna let my runners run on my my puts. But we're getting to a point where like I'm getting pretty close to looking for longs for overnight potentially. Sir, just got logged out of Trade of It. Coming into our NQ ETH low here. Just gotta watch to see if we can Do you see how we reacted around this Russell ETH low, where we held it bid, then we pushed below, and we got our secondary move? Watching for a similar reaction here on NQ. Okay, we should be thinking of this as where buy side's going to be looking at this as value short term, and
So
we
just
can get
keeping
a
our eyes on
reoffer,
the markets.
and
We're
then we
seeing
can
S&P
look below,
500 down
and then that can
around
lead
spot
information.
5% on the session.
Just keeping an
Dollar
eye on this
slightly
area for
positive
potential
at around
bounces.
spot 2.6%
I can't
up
look
on
at
the
footprint right
session. So
now,
again, the
so
S&P 500
give me a
down around
second.
spot
Reloading charts.
5% on the session.
ETH low here on ES as
UED
well.
dollar up around spot 2.6%.
Just watch for retests. Any look below ETH, watch for a reoffer. If we push back up, expect the reactions. Just how we do you see how we look below here on the Russell first, and then we made it supportive? That's the cue for longs. As long as it's maintaining below, though, there's no trade other than trying to short. This is your look above. We look to see if we get a bid here and see if there's a secondary move that reoffers at a higher point. Or if we just get straight like selling. I am not too sure in this area. Just gotta have to watch how price reacts. Where puts that right now? $338, not bad. That's 330%, almost 340. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We'll look for a secondary move here, just like I talked about, right? You got your look below, recovery, and now we're getting our bid back up. Now we're just looking for a secondary offer, and then we look for this move, Meltito. The look below ETH low should lead to that secondary leg, just like we drew out here. Sellers do it. Need this Russell to stop moving up. Still very two-sided. Need below 20s for continuation on NQ to downside. You've got buyers attempting here now in the middle of the range at this 35 to 45. That is basically where you're looking for them to hold. This has to be the new setup off of this new structure that we're seeing on Footprint. Buy side needs to maintain here this 35.45, where we look for offer to sit below. This is your retest. Secondary move that gets acceleration is below our 20. This leads to more downside on this push. Buyers need to maintain this yellow box. Sell side gains a bit of control here on an offer below. So far maintaining. Need to see Russell make a new high for any confirmation for anything more. Remember, shorts only have merit once Russell stops pushing. That's either in the play for every single one of these rotations that we've been talking about. Need to see a break at those higher lows. I think I'm out of juice. This is the worst. I will be right back. Russell losing momentum here, watching bottom of range. Watch this 35-40 area for NQ as Russell comes into these lows. If that bounces and NQ is able to hold, then there's potential for continuation. If Russell loses these lows and we lose this box, downside seems pretty likely. Give me 1 second. Be right back. All right, really nice buy. Looking for Russell to be able to break this structure. We got to look above. Can we now hold it is the question. If we can, we should be able to push up to ETH low would be my guess. This is a pretty important pivot. We're watching to see right now if Russell can hear that rotation up or if this is going to look back in. If it looks back in, I would expect come back down to these lows. So really big test here. Same thing with NQ. There's not really a ton until we can recover 100s. This area is just resistance. But if we can build here this 80 to 100, we should be able to look that pop up. Any look over 100, I think will do that. Nice job, Kevin. Just keeping an eye on Russell. Again, lost momentum allows us to have weakness in the market. Need to see NQ be able to maintain here. There's just such a massive amount of volume above us that we have to get through. Like 96, 100 area is just very key for us to recover if we're going to get any more. 50 seconds until new 15s. Fell over. All right, 14 seconds, new 15s. Russell holding so far, but it's a bit weak. Waiting to see if this flag can play on NQ, if we can maintain this node that we're building out, or if we have to come back down to fill this LVN is kind of the question right now. New 15 is opening now. LVN has just been filled. If this is going to be a quick dip, it needs to be bought immediately right now and push back over 84s, or I expect us to just rotate back down to these buying pressure. Down into 35.40. Russell weakness is always so key for this. Should see a secondary reaction, and then we'll figure out where we're going. Just volatility into the new 50. All that was. So buy side's going to be present. They're going to be here. anywhere, right? Again, this 35.45 is what we're watching. Look below this and offer is just going to leave, I believe. Just following our pathing downside. Lots of selling pressure below 20s. Get there. As right now, just at our buying zone. See if bids can maintain. Really keep an eye that this is a potential 3-bar structure, right? This inside candle inside of our larger mother bar selling candle. If offer holds here now into 35.45. Want to see Russell also be able to hold a lower high. If not, right, there's no shift. Need to see this offer. The reason why I keep mentioning this
Our
area
next
is because
WTI
when
crude
it's
September
real,
future settled
this
at
area will hold,
$75.23
and we will
a
get our new
barrel,
low.
which is up
Until then,
$2.03 or 2.77%
it's just
on the
rotating.
session.
We are just rotating in this auction between this high and this low. We need to see that offer step down on the ladder here. This random white coach on Team China's.
Come on, Russell. Break these lows. Jesus. Really gonna make us wait the full 50. Three minutes until new 15s. Still holding our offer here at 80s. No shift there. Buyers still actively very present at that 45.50. Russell held our lows, pushing back up the top of range.
Really no shift here. Looks like we're having to wait the full 15 before we get anything going. The most important big event is on Japan versus Sweden duo ping pong.
And Brent crude futures settle at $78.33 a barrel, which is up $1.85 or 2.42%.
50 seconds until new 15s. You guys are nuts. New 15s opening now. At our buying pivot, see if it can maintain or if we can push below and actually offer here. Still holding our 3-bar structure, inside candle. Slight higher lows, right? But no shift in our high. 80s still holding its offer. Waiting to see if sell side can step in. If we have any sort of shift, buyers are able to maintain and then push us over 80s. To me, there's not really a ton of longing potential. See that shift above 80. Unless you're going to try here with a very tight stop, right? And then target is 80. Want to break out of this range before I really try anything with how choppy it is. It's probably offer. One of my most painful holds. Looking for one more leg down. So that area was pretty choppy, but I think understanding our higher structure makes a lot of sense here for continuation. And it's why it's like we know our offer is sitting here at 80s. We know that we're in a 3-bar structure. We're watching to see if we can recover this and actually break these lower highs, or we're just still channeling down. It's just choppy, right? So understanding where we need buyers to, where buyers are positioning, which is here. You can see that via POC and these buying deltas, which is this 3540, right? We understand where buyers are. So we need to see selling acceleration below for this to have merit. But we understand that this is just has the ability to rotate up to this 80 level. That's where those sellers are sitting. So there's not a ton here other than either shorting here and just letting it play or longing for a look back up into these offer. There's not a ton here.
In 10 minutes time now at the top
So
of the hour,
I
see the
hopefully
reason the
that's
US
clear.
consumer
This
credit
area is pretty tough
forecast
because of how
10
choppy it
billion
is,
on the
but as
prior
long as you
11.35
understand like
billion.
we're still in a downtrend, we're in an inside candle. This is our range. We know where buyers are positioning. We know where sellers are. There's an understanding of like directionally where we're gonna go, and so you can have stops above 80. Because we know if we breach 80, we're going to 100. Like it's unbearable how long we had to sit there, but I hope that that makes sense. We know that the offer is sitting here. Now we watch to see what happens on retest. I want to see the Russell be able to maintain. Actually, put this range on this. We're watching to see if the Russell can now hold. POC to value low. Failure to get back into this range and then down. Oh, it's what I want to see from Russell. Off of this move, we're gonna go for more. Here's our hold so far of that 35.45. Seeing if sell side can now push. We want to see this look below 20s and then hold off of this move for further. God, that took
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US consumer credit. This data here for the month of June. Forecast is 10 billion on the prior 11.35 billion.
You have jobless claims in the morning tomorrow. Yikes. I don't see anything actionable other than trying to play off this 35-40 long. Watching Russell into this high. We're watching to see if we get a failure and a look above here, and then a rotation through this range, and then a look below. That's the only thing I see for a short continuation. Need RTY to get his shit together. Other than that, this looks pretty miserable. This is like incredibly neutral price action. 40s seconds until new 15s. This has to be where you're looking for entry. The secondary position. This high makes sense, but PT then has to be here at 43. Just bounce in this range. Incredibly small. So it's either you're willing to take a risk into our value high, or you wait for the value low to be consistent on offer. New 15's opening now. I still think 20 is your level in the sand. You need to see acceleration below that, or we're just going to continue to see absorption.
US consumer credit 8.93 billion, 8.93 billion, slower than the forecast of 10 billion.
Get me out of here. He is so much faster. Wow. Sellers getting punished here off the hold of 20s. Just watch 80s. Top of range where our offer is sitting. Russell coming into our ETH low. Looking for a loss of momentum here or a hold and continuation up. Big retest here for NQ. We see bid step in here at this 90. I think you can see 120. Let's see. Watching our Russell top of range. Out one here into 120.
So we have posted out the US Consumer Credit June reports on the feed for anyone interested.
Watching for pullbacks now, if we're going to get any. If this fails to hold, just looking for retests down into this. Watching for Russell and our ETH low retest. I don't think there's a valid short yet, but that's where I'm going to be looking. 120 is just to take profit. Russell still has momentum, so no short. Watching our ETH low here. Russell retest. See if we get a bid. Kind of awkward where we're pulling back. I feel like you have to watch 100s on NQ. Instead of 69. Watching Russell, see if we get a bid here. That's all I see. 100 or we pull back into this imbalance. Offers sitting just above 120, so it has to be your first risk off if you're playing off of this. Watch our reaction into previous day value high. So far, bouncing 100s with Russell holding PH. A good pullback. Don't know if we're going to get a lower high, though. That's the question. So, good first risk off. Now, let's figure out where we're headed. Either one more leg down or the ability to make a new high. This is our afternoon so far in this range. Retesting our 100 liquidity here. Looking below, let's see if we need to see the offer kind of lower into this, an aggressive take or not yet. Watching Russell for confirmation. Again, pullback is this 69 to 050 area for NQ if we see 100 offer hold here on retest. Russell retesting our ETH flow. I don't know if this buy was low enough. It might be. I really wanted that look a bit deeper into this POC value low area. But we have to be aware that if we can start to bid this 37.86, like if this can hold, this look below, we get in, we start to build like this has potential to go back up without having to do that steeper retrace. I'm really just paying attention to how we react off this level. I would like to have seen this, to be honest, into close for that long up, but I'm not totally sure. This is moving a bit slower than I want. Hopefully these two levels make sense. Looking at this, why I was looking for this failure here made a lot of sense for me for short continuation because this is our look back into value, and I was looking for that rotation into POC right here. We didn't get the full move though, which is kind of annoying. But we have to be aware now that this look below failure and now look above, we need to see if this bid can. If it can, then it's a reclaim of this value high, and it gives us the opportunity to. That's why it's a bit iffy. Like, I just want to see this acceptance built out a bit more. because we're on like the precipice of this being like an amazing opportunity. Conviction for what? You're talking about the $1,000 trades? That was a short from 80s. That level hasn't changed. That was just looking at the I went over this, but that was just this area. Holding our 3-bar structure, failing to breach above, and then adding in this area. Just basically break even in the mid here. I'm looking for a new low. This 80. So my ads looked like this. It was kind of scuffed. Short, short, short. So my average became like but as long as we were maintaining 80, there was no change for me. Lower highs, offer still holding. Lower highs, offer still holding. So downtrend still just persisting. It's just choppy. So adding as we're dropping. I'm guessing that's what you were talking about. I'm not sure. Flags holding so far. I don't really see much here, to be honest. Like we're flagging, but I don't see like structure to play off of that I like. To get back in. And I really don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow with News right in the morning. Makes it rough. Jobless claims. I don't know. Just gonna chill for now. See if anything sets up. I really wanted that lower target. I mean, we might still do it. I have no clue. This action is so slow. How you not watching ping pong, Kevin? Just kidding. You don't need to apologize. But that's where this is entertaining. You guys are nuts. Yeah, man. Are you kidding? Especially the Asian ones. Problem with the races is like they're winning by like 0.02 seconds on the men's side. Like it is so competitive. My man's the world's fastest by 0.05 seconds. Ugh.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. We are expecting possible comments from ECB's McCall.
Short, flat, long. I'm flat, Robert. I just have a few runners left in my 430 puts, waiting to figure out what I want to do. I don't want to touch this area. I just don't see anything that like is viable. Like we have this pullback area at 69 to 50 on NQ that has potential for something for like liquidity. We look for a long off of that. That's really all I see. Or like we make 120 supportive and then we can rotate back up, something like that. Other than that, it just looks like in the middle of a range. Yeah, let's see what happens here into this this green box. The key for me for longs is the Russell continuing to bid off of ETH low and buyers to immediately step in this area. Or I don't really want to touch it. That's the only thing that I even kind of see here. See if this Russell can bid here. ETH low with the Sindor zone on NQ. My stops break even, 69.75. Either get stopped out here or we break this downtrend. It is what it is. I could take 200 profit, but I don't know. I'm gonna just try this.
Shortly expecting possible comments from ECB's McCall.
$40 seconds until new 15s. I'm out here. I think we can probably go to 100, but it's a good risk off for me. New 15s opening now. Boss did the exact opposite trade of me. Feels good, man. Watching this Russell push below ETH. See if I can find anything that's like cheap in this time. Like if this holds, this is a really good low. It's just so hard with news in the morning. Which are like 460s for next Friday. Is it the 16th? Those are interesting. Problem with where we are right now is again, like, I like this entire area for longs. I just don't know if we're gonna get the best opportunity right now, or if it's just gonna gap up tomorrow, right? Like I don't know. I do like this break. I like this push down. I'm fine as long as we're holding the structure. If this pushes below, right, we're bad news. But like, I'm not opposed to looking for longs here or calls. I just don't know if it's too early. Because I missed this low. It's kind of the debate. What, the 460s? Yeah, I'm really considering it. Does Avery say we bounce as well? What's his idea? Looking for conviction here. He has more downside. Yeah, going. Where does he post his charts even? I don't understand. Day trade updates? Yeah, so he wants a steeper. I don't know. See, the thing is like I have more downside too, but we're not doing it. We're showing a willingness to bid. I don't know. So much can happen in 30 minutes, dude. It's the issue. The good news is that I think if this holds this low, that it's going to be a multi-day thing. So we'll have opportunities. think we're on the same page. Well, unless we hold a key pivot, yeah. It's the same for me. Like either demand holds or it doesn't, you know? I don't know, I'm gonna wait like 10 minutes, I think. I don't think 10, 20 cents is gonna matter if it does work. I'll be right back though. Okay. I mean, our buy side deltas are still holding here at 69 to 50. ETH low recovered on Russell here on retest. This doesn't look terrible. It's just chop. It's just range bound. Nothing conclusive until we can see buy side push over 100s and hold on NQ. Yes, very clear range with our two pivots. It's just this is such a tough area to try to figure out if I want to take something overnight. This is an easily scalpable area with our zones. My 15-second chart doesn't really matter if it's over. I wish I had a clearer view. I wish we like actually had tested my zone. Saw like very clear buying. It is what it is though.
So just around 1 minute to go now until we get the market on close imbalance.
The issue is jobless claims tomorrow. I'm fine taking an initial position here for calls, but like you need to be willing to like for it to go to zero. That's the thing. So like your stop loss has to be like the contract size. You get me? So you don't want to over position. But what we can do is give ourselves time so that we can add to that position if it's actually going to start a larger shift. That's the kind of the difference here is like because if jobless is bad and we get some sort of like volatility that's unexpected and zone is nonsense, right? With that,
We are looking
like
now to
that's
the
where
market on
things
close
get
imbalance. The
bit
S&P
iffy.
500 is 1.2 billion to the sell side. Nasdaq 100, 410 million to the sell side. Dow 30 stocks seeing 425 million to the sell side, while Mag 7 stocks are seeing 365 million to the sell side.
Let this MOC settle. Maybe we get my dip. Be wonderful. I can get these 460s for 120. I'll probably take it as a lotto tomorrow with jobless claim. Five minutes left, boys. Yeah, just like yesterday. And we gapped up 400 points. Still holding two 430Ps. They're at 365% right now. I might keep one as a hedge for this long entry. The 460. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Remember jobless claims tomorrow, so actually a lotto. But I think there's a lot of potential. Plenty of jobs at Wendy. True. Especially with how much profit we made today off of those 430s. It just makes sense. And I can leave one open just in case things go. So the trade can be free if we do gap. but gotta follow the plan. Huge day for you, Kevin. Great job. All right, well, we'll see what happens in the morning. You guys have a good night. I think today was a really solid session. Hopefully you guys learned some stuff, if anything. I think it was pretty good. Saw like a plan come through, follow through for the entire day. So having like a larger time frame view, looking for the continuation down, playing it level by level, but also having like a higher time frame. And we've now been able to do that 2 days in a row with this push down and then the pop back up. And now this entire move down off of the failure here, this range high. So I think it's been pretty solid. I think a lot of you had a good morning. Afternoon got a little slower, but overall, not terrible. Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Hopefully, we hold. You know, that'd be nice. But I'm not gonna watch after hours action. It's meaningless until London opens. So, yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. If you have any questions, concerns, you know the drill. DM. Peace.